G'day everybody, welcome to Zombie Bites Everything. Got some GDA today. Just going to be mucking around, having a little look, see what there is. I haven't been playing as much PlayStation the last couple of weeks. Haven't streamed very much. Yeah. G'day Metal Storm, how you going, mate? How's everybody doing? Oh, I'm doing alright. Cheers for the like. Never necessary, but always appreciated. I don't really count the likes and dislikes or comments or anything like that. I don't really worry about that sort of stuff. I'm here for the entertainment. Doing good, thank you very much. You're welcome. Oh, cheers, mate. Glad to hear you doing all right. It's always good when you're doing good. I'm doing a lot better today. The guy that they've got playing an Australian in this, and you can tell he's an Australian, but he doesn't like when an Australian can pick up on an Australian accent. You can tell that's not right. It's like they emphasise it a little bit more, like, "G'day, mate, how you going? This is Australian accent." But that's not how we talk. We just talk normal. I mean, to people out there, they probably hear me just doing that accent then and then hear me talk normal, probably think, I didn't hear a difference. It's the same. Yeah, no, I get it. But for me to actually notice that that's supposed to be an Australian accent just goes to show that whenever they were doing that particular accent, the guy was probably an Australian and he probably got told in the booth, "Nah, make it more Crocodile Dundee." We want more Croc Dundee, more Australian. All right. Hi, boss. How you going, boss? I think people in America would probably feel the same way. You know, they hear a game where it's got lots of Australians in it, or a movie with lots of Australians, and they hear the American accent. They probably hear, like in the movie Dirty Deeds, probably hear John Goodman's accent. Really, really sounds thick. Didn't to me, just sound like John Goodman. Good movie too, Dirty Deeds, Brian Brown. Oh, this is the first time I've actually streamed since, like, I haven't streamed much, so it's been difficult for people to get to my streams because I haven't been streaming much. Normally I stream at least once a day. And normally it's not around this time of day either. Whereabouts you from, Metal Storm? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. That's fine. Some people like to keep that, their country of origins or where they're located in the world. They like to keep that, you know, secret. I don't have a problem with that. But if I know the general time of where people are in the world, then it allows me to be able to say to them, well, about this time, your time is when I normally go live. Like if you're in California, I think it is. I think it's like 12 hours. Like most of America is either 12 hours or 14 hours behind me. So if I do a daytime, it's their night time. Just registered as a CEO. Let's go in here. Leroy O'Neal. Okay.
Okay, so you're feeling classy today, huh? Nothing like embezzlement to bring you to the heights of the LS elite. Why do they always embezzle from the charities? All these banks they could steal from, and they take the
259,000 there. Yeah, there's a lot of money here on the board to collect.
You know what's more infuriating than folks skipping bail? Folks skipping state prison. This asshole was doing time for shooting up a clucking bell because they got his order wrong. And now he's just got out. If we don't find him and claim the reward, someone else will.
Yeah, I'm a different kind of streamer as well.
Rumor is he also kills all
I'm not much different than most other people that stream. I'm from Alaska, USA, and I don't think that way, Australia, because I think that's a bit racist. I'm from Alaska, and I don't think that way. You don't think which way? It's not racist to actually pick up on people's accents and notice that people's accents are different. Or to think that, you know, sometimes they emphasize the accent a little bit more. That's not racist.
Obviously, there's a system, but this one's got a real weird stank about them.
I know some people from Alaska. They're not living in Alaska at the moment. They're living in, where do they live in? Pennsylvania. They moved from Alaska, but they grew up and raised in Alaska. Racist is one of those things that, it's one of those ones, those words that people throw around, and it's like, really, you know. I'm not saying you're calling anybody racist or anything like that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that sometimes people go, if you notice a difference in the language or the accent or something, people might think it's, you know, racist. It's like it's not. G'day, Jacob. Arkansas. I said Arkansas. No, it's Arkansas. Sorry, I was thinking Alaska for some reason. Yeah, my eyes are blurry. G'day, Jacob. Well, I don't know too many people from Arkansas. No, all Australians do sound like that, though. We all do sound like that. That's how all Australians, most Australians do sound. They sound like that. But by emphasising it means that we would heighten certain things. Like, I could say, "G'day, mate," but I can make it sound real Australian by saying, "G'day, mate, how you going? Crikey." That's emphasising it. And I wouldn't think it's racist to say that all people from America have the same type of accent that I've met, because the most of the people I've met from America have that same accent. Even if they were Japanese families in a new generation growing up, they have that accent. You can tell, like, if they're like Japanese English speaking and they live in America, if they were born and raised in America, you can tell, even if they got Japanese parents at home and they speak Japanese at home, you can tell by the English that they speak that they're American, or that they were raised in America. But that's not racist. That's not racist to actually think that. It's not racist to be able to pick up on accents or to you know, think that people sound the same. Like, I know all Americans sound the same, but I also know that there are different dialects in America as well, to where people from Brooklyn are going to sound different than people from Tennessee. You know, and the people from Tennessee are going to sound different to the people that are in California. But we will still be able to go, that's an American accent. You know what I mean? And someone from Tennessee who might speak with a southern drawl might actually emphasise the when they're trying to make themselves sound like they're from California, they might try and emphasise how Californians speak, and that itself wouldn't be racist either. At least not by my definition of it. Yeah, my eyesight's fucked, man.
Okay, we got ourselves a fancy one. Sabrina
I don't know why I was reading that as Alaska, eh? I don't know why I was reading it as Alaska. Oh, yeah, I've been asked to do an American accent. I can't. I can't do an American accent. No, sorry, let me rephrase that. I can fucking do an American accent. But the American accent I do is based on stereotypes. And that's where you are heading into... Well, I don't think you're heading into the realm of being insensitive or racist or anything like that, but there are people out there that might think it. Most of the times when people think something is racist, they actually don't know anything about racism. Most of the time. They just think it's a safe bet to say, oh, that might be racist. It's like, nah, it might be, but then it also might not be. I'll explain the reason why it's not necessarily racism. And that's... The reason why is because if someone makes a comment, makes a sound or fucking an accent or something, and someone says it's racist or anything like that, and I'm not saying this is the case, okay? I'm not saying anybody was being racist or anything like that. I'm just making a general statement. But if you do, that's not considered racist. You know, I very, very rarely use the word racist to describe anybody. Only because, I'll tell you why, and this will shock you, I've been called racist by people that have no idea what my nationality is. They don't even know what nationality I am to know whether I'm being racist or whether it's okay for me to say it because I am of that race. That's why I don't bother. I wasn't born in Alaska, Arkansas though, born in Florida. Okay. Yeah, see, it's like that, you know. Is that the thing I'm supposed to shoot? Where am I supposed to shoot? Oh, shut up, cat. Huh? Hell's a problem? Yeah, because it was flies. I'll break all your shit, lady. Thank you.
You're not authorized to be here. Now leave. Don't make me take you down, clown. Out of my way! Get some of this! Shit, everyone! Boycott, get it? Screw you! Are you challenging my authority?
Damn. Set that place on fire. I'm 60% German, and the other 40% is English, Irish, Italian, and French. Hey! I have most of that except for Italian. And that's not even all I have. I also have Cherokee Indian, Nicaragua Indian, West Indies, Pakistan, Philippines, Dutch, and a whole heap of other different nationalities in me as well. I'm not a man of any one race. So I myself don't actually identify as anybody. I don't identify as any particular race. So, you know, the worst thing is when people decide to get offended on my behalf. That's the worst. When people find out I'm of a certain, I've got some, you know, particular nationality, they fucking hear a joke or something and they think, oh, zombie, he's got German, and that person said a German joke. So, you know, I'll tell them off. It's like, no, you fucking tell them off. You know, that's the worst one. You're like 70%. That's right, zombie. 70% what? Nah, man, I'm just me. I'm just me. I'm smart enough to know there is no such thing as race as well. There's no such thing as race. Yeah. There's a such thing of I come from this country and shit like that. I was born here and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, that exists, but there is no such thing as race. Race is an invention, a concept that man invented to control people. I just identify as an American. Yeah, see, even identifying as an American, I got caught. I made a joke about Americans one time, and I got told that was racist. And I had to do a fucking social studies fucking thingy to remind this person that America is not a race. America's not a race. It's just America. It's just a land. It's just a country. That's it. It's not a race. Damn, this guy's just fucking... Damn, that guy was just all over the place, wasn't he? You know, they make you go down these windy goddamn roads. For this stupid bitch. It's like when people, you know, I'm not saying people can't be racist to people in America. I'm just saying that if someone says to you that you're being racist to America, it's like, I don't know what the fuck that means. Because America itself is not a race. It's a collection of different races, but it itself is not a fucking race. There's a difference. Fucking cunts. See, I'm the person that goes, nah, we're all from the same tribe in Africa, every single one of us. You know, I'm that guy that goes, Yeah, nah, you not watch fucking documentaries. You not know anything about history or anything like that. I don't judge people if they don't know, but yeah, no, we're all from the same tribe in Africa. Mitochondrial Eve. You know, I've met some people that are racist that will say, I don't like this type of person because of where they come from and their skin color and their accent, their language, their food, their politics. I've met all that sort of stuff before. I've seen all that sort of stuff. And I do agree that there are people that discriminate against other people because of the color of their skin or, their family background or whatever. I do believe there is that sort of thing. But it's not something I subscribe to. Because I make jokes about everything, like literally anything and everything. And if I start to, you know, censor myself and all that sort of stuff, then I can't make jokes. And I don't like that. I want to be able to make jokes. I like laughing. I like making other people laugh.
She thought he was catfishing. True.
Um, JR's live too. You might hear him in the background. Let me just drop his link. I'm from Pangaea. Nice one. Nice one. Until it split, right? I'm from the continent of Pangaea until it split. He just got stuck on this bit.
Excuse me, I'm trying to work.
I make you sick? Jesus Christ, I'm not the one sitting in that putrid cell there, lady. Yep, I'm old school. Yeah. My great 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 going back a couple of million great uncles was a fucking one cell plankton. He developed the eyeball. That was his only contribution to humans. Developed the eyeball. I'm only 34. Well, you might have plenty of years. I was going to say you got plenty of years, but hey, it's a crazy world out there. Who knows? You might not. You might only have a week. You might not accident. You might cross the road without looking, and you might only have 24 hours, less than 24 hours left. So, that's why I make jokes because I never know when I'm going to die, and I'm going to die one day. Right? Here's a reality. I'm going to die one day, and on my deathbed, I can guarantee you, I'm going to say that. Fuck, I wish I had said that. I wish I just straight up said what I was feeling at the moment. But I don't have to worry about that because I do just say what I'm feeling at the moment because I don't have that part of the brain that works that actually says I need to filter that sort of shit. I do actually have that. I do have the ability to filter, but it takes me a lot of strength and energy to be able to filter. It's not as easy for me than it is for other people. Some people find it a lot easier to censor themselves and filter what they're going to say. That part of my brain doesn't work very well. It's not an excuse for anything I say. Pornstar is awesome. He is a good friend of mine, and I'm already subscribed to him. Oh, I should take his link down then. You know, I know you might be subscribed to him, Metal Storm. I've seen you over there before. But I'm going to leave the link in there just in case other people might watch this stream later on and see the link and go, hey, I don't know who Pornstar is. I'm going to go over there. See, I'm a smart-ass, sarcastic bastard as well. But I'm only a smart-ass, sarcastic bastard because that's how I was raised. Not true. I was raised way worse than that. Fucking chopper flying around. Oh, you were letting me know that. I already knew you knew him, Metal. I seen you in his buddy chat the other day, and I seen you talking to him when you were in Criminals. And, yeah, we're all connected to the same type of people. I know. I pay attention to that sort of stuff. Only because then, you know, when you came in, that's why I was like, hey, Metal Storm, how you going? Because I've seen you in everybody else's. And I've spoken to you in everybody else's. All those other people. That's how I knew. I don't have a goldfish brain. Unfortunately. I wish I had a goldfish brain that would forget about stuff. I'd love to forget about stuff. Sure, my wife would like it too if I forgot about certain things too. Because then she'd be able to do things like, don't you remember? I did that last week for you. And I'd be like, no, I don't remember. Well, I did, and you enjoyed it. No, okay, I guess I did. And you said I enjoyed it. I got a brain like a goldfish. So she'd love it if I had a brain like a goldfish. Hey, deer season. The worst thing anybody could do with me is take anything I say seriously. No one should take anything I say seriously at all.
Listen, he's out there on foot, so unless he had outside help, he can't have gone far.
You have a terrible memory? That's all right. That's all right. You have a terrible memory. That's fine. We're not all perfect, man. And we all have our problems. I won't, because I'm a cool guy. There you go. We all have our strengths and weaknesses, mate. My strengths are I have a very, very good memory. My weaknesses are I have a very good memory. It's a curse. It's not always a good thing. Regardless of what people think, having a good memory is not necessarily a good thing. Okay, so they're over there. Jacob saying, no, I'm perfect. Jacob, my lungs are very bad at the moment, mate. If I laugh too much, right, what might happen is I might actually go into, my lungs might actually shut down on me and I could literally die. All right? So careful, mate. Careful with your comments. Don't make me laugh too hard. You might kill me. I met a person one time that claimed that they were a fucking... remembering things bad that happened to me is not a problem. Not a problem. I don't have a problem with remembering all the bad shit. The remembering of the bad shit. The problem people have is they forget the bad shit. And then they allow that bad shit to happen again because they forgot. They allow themselves to get into the same situation that they were in last time that ended up having a bad situation. So they forget. So they put themselves in that bad situation. That's not to say that applies to every single bad situation or bad thing that's ever happened. But in some in some aspects, there are certain situations we put ourselves in and we go, why are we doing this again? Have the same fucking outcome as last time. I did it again. Why? I remembered that happened last time. Why did I fucking do that again? And it happens again. That's just us human nature. But I have this ability, I have an eidetic memory when it comes to certain situations. Lots of people like to think that eidetic memory only applies to, everything. Oh, you got an eidetic memory. Well, that means that you must be this type of person. You can remember every single thing. So I've had people challenge me on it. Like, oh, you say you got an eidetic memory? Yes. All right. So without looking behind you, what's the pictures behind you? I don't know. Oh, I thought you said you have an eidetic memory. No, I do have an eidetic memory, but it's subject based. Fuck you. You were there when Jack made me one of his mods. Not too sure who Chuck is. Sorry, not too sure who Chuck is. That might be one of the people I don't know. But you got a question mark there, so that tells me that you're not too sure whether I was there or not either. But yeah, no, I'm not too sure who you're referring to when you say Chuck. I don't know anybody that's got that as their name. I know someone that's got something similar, but not that. There we go. Back on here. I believe that Jake was perfect at lying down with the women. Not all of them. Is that supposed to be Santa Claus or Satan Claus? Yeah, I look scarier than I really am. I look and sound scarier than I really am. Oh, that's not really true. I mean, it depends. I mean, if you, innocent person, never done me any harm or anything like that, then yeah, I'm a pussycat, man. I'm nothing to worry about. I look scary. But, you know, like any other red-blooded man, you know, human being, I have my moments where the looking scary doesn't do me justice on just exactly how scary I can be. You know, you think of all the scariest things you can think of, and then you add your own children into it and have someone hurting them in some way, and then think of how scarier you can be. You know, when you get kids and shit like that. I got kids, I got wife, I got grandkids, and I'm more scarier than I look if anybody's threatening them, as you can imagine. You know, as you not only can you imagine, you would expect, because, you know, that's my job. That's part of my job, as husband, as father, as grandfather, as pop. That's my job, to be scary when need to be. I got to scare off the bad guys. I've never been referred to as a mascot at fucking at Disney before. You know, Mickey Mouse take his costume off, you see the man behind the mask. It's like, Jesus Christ. Basically, you're like fucking 2 sentences away from saying it's a good thing you got a face for radio. You're not going to be presenting any awards on TV anytime soon, zombie. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm scary looking, but it's just a lot of hair. Just a lot of hair. There's a face covered with a beard. I had a beard one time, and then I shaved it off, and I took a photo of myself with the beard and without the beard. And yeah, people were like, Jesus Christ, it wouldn't take much for you to just disappear. Fucking hell, you look totally different without your fucking hair and beard. I was like, yep. And even worse, when you think about it, you're like, geez, you look scarier, you know, thing is like, yeah. So I look scarier than when I look like a cross between fucking, what, Jeffrey Dahmer and fucking Ramirez. Cheers, mate. I look scarier than 2 serial killers combined. That's awesome. Chuck. Oh. Well, the only person I know that has that sort of stuff is JR. That's why I said I sort of know a Chucky, like a Chuck, because JR has a lot of Chucky dolls and stuff like that. And I've made him a couple of thumbnails that have the Chucky doll in it. Ivan. Fucking. Yeah, I don't know whether you mean Impaler or fucking Malat here. The fuck? And if you say both, cunt. Malat, you prick. I am the type of person you want next to you, though, if there is a brawl going on, because I do. In my younger days, I actually did like fighting. Not so much now. I'm not a scary person, though. Like, for real. I'm not. But every single person out there should treat every single human being as if they're the scariest motherfucker they've ever met. Because you never know.
I've been keeping my ear to the ground with LJ for a while now. Man's got robbery and burglary.
Because you never know. Human beings are dangerous people. Well, they're just dangerous creatures in general. Even the one that looks the meekest, weakest, timidest fucking person can be the most dangerous, vile fucking killer when pushed to the brink, you know? So I try to treat everybody, I try to talk about everybody as if they're standing behind me and treat everybody as if they're about 5 seconds away from raging. Because at least that way, if by chance they are standing behind you, you're prepared. And if they do rage, you're prepared. You should always be aware of it. I'm not saying anybody in chat isn't aware of this already. Most people in chat are probably like, no, one step ahead of you, zombie. I already do that. You know, I talk about everybody as if they're standing right behind me and can tap me on the shoulder and go, what the fuck you say? No, you see me with my shirt off, mate. See me with my shirt off and you'll be going, oh, I get it now. It's just a scary face. The rest of the body says, who gives a shit? The rest of his body says, sandwiches are better than fighting. I like food. I have been told that I look scary, but that's not because I'm actually scary. It's because of what I've seen in my life. And that what we see in our life, if you're lucky, there's two things that'll happen to you. You'll either wear your pain and your anguish and all that on your face of all the shit you've seen growing up, all the horrible things. And it can make you look like you've got like resting bitch face or just angry all the time, or, you know, even when you're not angry, but it makes you look angry all the time, or, you know, it makes you look like you're a violent fucking person or you're scary. And it's just, you know, you break it down and you go, well, no, actually, once you start listening to what the person's gone through, you're like, there's no surprise they look like that. He looks like he's been through a war zone. Maybe he has. That's why he looks like that. That's why he looks scary, because he looks like he's always on the fucking clock looking around for danger and fucking having to fight all the time. You know? So there is that sort of theory behind it. I don't know how much of that is actually true. I don't know whether that's a true thing. That's just a theory I heard. It was based on this picture through Time Life magazine, I think it was, or National Geographic, but they took a photo of this Afghan girl when she was like 8 years old, and then they revisited her like 25 years later on, and they took a photo of her again, and the 8-year-old had life, hope, and all that in her eyes, and hey, what are you doing? Stupid car. And you had to fucking plop me out here in a stupid fucking spot. And And like her fucking 30-something-year-old photo, which was 20-something years later or whatever, of her, it just had death and destruction in her eyes, and her face just said, "I've seen some shit," and her face literally looked way scarier than it did when she was a child, when she had innocence. You know, her innocence was taken away from her in the form of bloodshed and war and stuff like that. So I think there might be some of that sort of stuff. I think we may have some of that sort of thing happens. Not 100% sure, couldn't confirm it. But it is an interesting theory, though. Hey, g'day, Silence. How you going, mate? I'm just finishing off me smoke and me coffee here. Doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. Just checking in on some GDA, doing some bounty hunting. Got a guy up here robbing a bank, but I'm just waiting for it to change a little bit. Time of day and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, I look scarier because of the experiences I've had in my life are probably wearing on my face and in my eyes, you know, so I look scarier. And I've got scars on my face as well that also make it look a little bit scarier, because when people see the scars and they notice the scars, they know, well, you've had some trauma to your head. Probably been fighting. Might be why you have evil eyes. You know, maybe, I don't know. He chugs moose milk. I fucking love me a big glass of moose milk. I might not drink milk all the time because I'm lactose intolerant, but when I do drink milk, it's moose milk. Nothing better than having a moose milk moustache. Or is it moustache? If you're from India, it might be moustache. Hey, buddy. You gonna what? I always let them get a couple of shots in because they're gonna try and say something afterwards. Now I gotta get away from the goddamn cops. This is easy. Get in the back, you fucking dumbass bank robber. Sounds like fucking Brother Love from fucking wrestling. I kill you. Fuck off, snowflakes. Oh, you piece of shit. What part of stop do you not understand? Core concept. Deer season. Come on, train. Fuck off. Fuck off. Thank you. Yeah, fucking tree.
Over, stupid. Now.
No train behind us. Good. Da, 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 da. Oops, sorry. Ah. Camel milk ice cream. There's a drink called moose milk. And it's not actually made of moose milk. I did some investigating. It has no moose milk in it, just to be clear. It's just coffee liqueur cream with rum. It's a cocktail. It's the name of a cocktail drink, like cocksucking cowboys. You know cocksucking cowboys? It's just like that, but Canadian version. Because I started looking into it because I heard about it for the first time yesterday, and I thought I better check this to see if it actually has like moose milk in it in some form. But no, it doesn't. It's just like Erin cream or coffee liqueur, Erin cream and dark rum. At least that's everything I'm finding about it. I don't know. I haven't found anything else about it. I just call it paying for rent. Yeah, rent paying. Call those rent payers. Hey, Shiny, g'day, mate. How you going, mate? Are you all right? Da 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 da. So I'm feeling a lot more alive and energetic now than I did. I'm definitely feeling way better than I did a week ago. Man, a week ago I was like, kill me. Oh, it's good to hear, mate. I'm glad you're doing all right. I really need to get another jacket on or something. What you doing, my dear? All right, Topeka's doing the free memberships. So there'll be some memberships given out in a minute, 10 of them. Hadn't done them properly because I was sick and I wasn't streaming as much, so I didn't do them. So if you're lucky enough, you might actually get one. I don't get any choice on who they go to, unfortunately. If I had choices, I know who I'd pick. There's a whole heap of people I'd pick to be members, but I don't get a choice in that. It's all just random. So YouTube tells me.
Oh man, I'm gonna kill you.
Oh, threatening me. This guy's threatening me in the back. He's like, oh man, I'm going to kill you. I don't know what that lady wanted me to spare a little of. Hope it wasn't penis, because I haven't got a lot to spare. G'day, Jason. How you going, mate? Hope you're doing well. Get your ass in there, boy. You like your new cell, mate? You going out today, hon?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Well, no, I thought it was a few hours away. Yeah.
It is. I'm just waiting for a mic.
Okay. Oh, my bad. Oh, got to send the 2 Andys away. I am not what you said I was, Topeka. Yeah, I'm not a useless Alec Baldwin.
Shut up.
Nah, glad you're doing all right there. How's the family doing, Jason? Hope you and your kin are all doing well.
The family.
You know, Ma and Murph met on a dating site. She thought he was catfishing because the whole Moore thing was just too good to be true. Hacking and online scams these days, it's nice to see people living in the moment, you know? La la la, I'm not listening.
La la la. What are you trying to say, Jacob? I didn't pause long enough between those 2 sentences. They could have been running back to back. Nowadays it's you, but everyone's good though. Well, I'm glad to hear that, mate. I remember seeing Jason in one of his streams one time, and I knew I liked Jason when I went to his stream, and he was high as fucking giraffe pussy, right? He was so fucking high. I don't think I've ever seen anybody that fucking high in my life. His eyes were as red as a devil's dick. He was fucking listening to some music. Him and his mate were listening to some music. Now, I don't know if they were having dabs or joints or whatever the fuck they were having, but fucking weed orientated. And fuck, man, he was just like, I can just see it on his face. It's like this guy was just like, I was like, I like this guy. I don't know what it is, but I like this guy. Never know what happens on zombie streams. That's right. Cackling at my own bullshit. Ah, well, as long as I find it funny. Yeah, well, that's it. As long as you find it. Yeah, yeah, yous were gone, man. Yous were gone. I think your mate asked you like 3 times the same question, and you hadn't realised that he asked that question already, and you answered it 3 times without realising you'd answered it 3 times, and I was just sitting there thinking, I'm sure I think they're stuck in a loop. But it was hilarious. It was hilarious, and it was like one of the most down to earth streams I think I ever seen, because in that moment, those two they were in front of the camera and they just didn't give a shit. They were just having fun, enjoying themselves, listening to some music, fucking enjoying each other's company, enjoying the company of the people in the stream, in the chat, and it was one of the most down to earth streams that I'd ever actually been to, and it was a refreshing thing to see. If you ain't attached to fucking Jason Gamer, go check him out. He does play a lot of other fucking, he does play a lot of video games as well. I like him when he plays his, I like his DayZ when he plays DayZ. But yeah, different Matrix. Fucking hell, you're in a different multiverse, man. Forget Matrix. Geez, I don't even know if you guys would have been able to spell Matrix back then. You would have been like, there's an M there, there's a T in there somewhere, but I think it keeps moving. No, it was good. Any of the mods want to drop your links, go for it. Drop your links in the chat there, eh? All right, let's go get this clown. And then we'll worry about getting those other free guys. That's what I was like, man. It's like, look, you have to be there. You would have to be there and actually see it in full motion on your own to understand what I'm talking. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. You all know someone that's gotten a little too high. Um, they were fucking past Jupiter, man. That's how fucking. It was beautiful to see because it wasn't. There was no pressure in that stream. There was no condescending conversations. There was no patronizing of people. There was no trying to dictate how people should be when they smoke or anything like that. There was none of that sort of stuff. It was just a couple of guys having some fun, chatting, and just singing along to some music. I have no idea what they were singing. Um, I I have no idea still to this day, but it was just awesome to see, and it's not very many times you see streams like that. I see people get high in streams all the time, but most of the time they're by themselves, and they're just a high person by themselves talking. Like we should make hemp soap, dude. But no, Jason and his mate were not like that at all. They were actually having conversations, and they trailed off every now and then, but you got to give them a little slack. You got to cut them a little slack every now and then. It was good. You just had to be there. So definitely hook up into Jason's stream because you don't want to miss one of those moments. You will not regret it. It is fun.
Hey, I got the last known location of the O'Neill target locked in. Sending it your way now.
Man and Motel out in Sandy Shores. They made 384,000 already just doing these. I'm bringing in a couple of bounties.
Figure you'd want to hear some details from our friend Leroy O'Neill. Now, I don't know if you've dealt with the O'Neill before, but there's some seriously scary rednecks. I wouldn't worry about little old Leroy, though. He ain't exactly the toughest O'Neill brother. Seriously, there's no way he's behind half the shit he's got bounties for. You're telling me that shrimp killed 2 cops with his bare hands and a crime
people as rotten as a meth head's nutsack. Now this one's going to be harder to get because he gets surrounded by a whole heap of people, and you got to make sure you don't accidentally kill him. I've been lucky so far without having. I haven't killed any of the bounties, so we got them in live, which means we get the full bounty. A $40,000 bounty would drop to $6,000 if you kill him. So it's money on the table you don't want to lose. Making you want to blunt right now. Hey man, blaze up if you need to. I sure as hell would. That's not an option at the moment. Because I got none. It got diabolical after a few days on meth. Never been on meth, eh? I never tried it. Never tried it. Sorry, bro. I got that medicine. Oh, I'll live vicariously through you, Jason. It's all right, mate. Smoke one for yourself, and just have a puff for me as well, mate. Have one in solid. Have one for me as well. Cheers, mate. Well, this is the place. I'm going to go up into that room there. As soon as I go up in that room there, I'm going to get attacked. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, and if anybody's, like if the police ever stop you, or anything, like, no, you got to understand, I'm doing this for a guy that's all the way in Australia, mate. He couldn't have a fucking joint right now, so I have to have this joint. So, officer, why don't you go fuck off over there and go play with your fucking thumbs, play tiddly thumbs over there with your partner, and play with his tiddly thumbs if you need to, make it a fucking team sport, and I'll just have this joint for the guy in Australia who can't have one right now. Yeah, do that. Cheers, mate. All right, back in a minute. I'm just going to go grab a jacket. Feeling a little cold. We have a jacket on. I am warmer. I say jacket. It's a fucking dressing gown. Sue me, I'm old. I got a license to smoke my medical bud, so fuck the police. There you go. That's a lot of tiddling going on. Watch out for Diddy. Ah, Diddy. Did he do it? Did he do it? Did he do it? Who thinks Diddy did it? Did he did it? Did he did it or did he do it? I don't know. All I'm going to say right now is, okay, regarding P. Diddy, all I'm going to say right now is if anybody out there is thinking to themselves, really? P. Diddy did that sort? Yeah, what? This is not new news. This is old news. This sort of shit's been... Me and Topeka were, like, concerned when Justin Bieber was being, like, snatched up by Usher. We were concerned. Hell yeah, did he done diddly? Hell diddly ding dong crap. Oh, can someone please do a video of just Ned Flanders going off on Diddy for every time Ned Flanders goes diddly, diddy, diddy, diddly, diddly, diddly. I want to see a video of a lawyer chastising Diddy in court, but it's just replaced with Ned Flanders' voice. Diddly ding dong crap. So it turns out I didn't have any weed, but my beautiful wife did. So oh yeah, I'll fucking do it myself. I'll fucking edit it myself. Me and criminal fucking edit something together. I already have a couple of videos in mind to make that take the piss out of Diddy. I mean, how old do you need to be to, like, even 2-year-olds should be aware that Hollywood and the music industry have some weird cats in it. At the very least, some weird cats that like some weird shit, right? We all should be well aware of that. You know, anybody ever watch that TV show Boondocks? The cartoon Boondocks? Huey and Dewey? Or whatever. Huey and whatever his fucking brother's name is. Voiced by Regina King, and the grandfather's voiced by John Witherspoon. R.I.P. They took the piss out of Diddy. Yeah, they took the piss out of Diddy with the clothing line, remember? But he's got the flap at the back, and he's got the fucking, you know, it's easy to get my get, you know. They took the Huey and Riley. Oh, what was I thinking? I was thinking of fucking Donald Duck's fucking nephews, Huey and Dewey and Louie. G'day, Googs. How you going, mate? Hope you're doing well, mate. Why was I thinking of Huey doing? Why was I thinking of fucking Daffy Duck's or Donald Duck's fucking nephews? I mean, they wouldn't be safe around Diddy. All those people that like Diddy as well. You know, doing good, just chilling. In a cartoon here. Yeah, I mean, cartoons are awesome. I love cartoons, you know. Everybody give big happy birthday to Googs there in the chat. It's his birthday today. Actually, Googs' birthday's in like fucking 37 days or some shit. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. You look like a monkey and you smell like one too. You just have that birthday thingy there? Big old happy birthday, Bagoogie. Oh, no, see, I can't think about you on Halloween, man, because it's my anniversary when I married my wife. And I don't want to be going down on her and have her pussy turn into your face going, get off my back! So, yeah, no, I don't think about you on fucking Halloween, man. You're the furthest thing from my mind on Halloween, man. You're the furthest thing. Well, guess what? Oh, man, that one hurt. Well, guess what, Googs? I don't. I don't think about anyone on my anniversary, apart from my wife. Excuse me. Wow, that one hurt. Fucking hell. I'm a bong man. Excuse me. So Pika's trying to get the laptop to work to do the giveaways. But it's been a prick. It's an old laptop. No, I don't, Jacob. I eat the smoke out of my Gatorade bottle like Daddy does. No, I don't. I got a proper glass one. I don't fucking... Pussy! Whew. That one kicked my ass. Cool. Find a way out of the basement. But my head and my muffin, my head, and my muffin head. This is where you, feel a little woozy. There's a pool cue here. Let me grab that. Someone's Breaking Bad down here. Let me the fuck out of here. Oh, well. Come on, fuckers. I'll give you a bleeding asshole. Look at the size of these goddamn cards. Man, they're huge. Now, did everybody hear that guy? He said, looks like someone had a little bit too much incest last night. Jacob, can you please inquire into the correct amount of incest one is allowed to have? Because if that's too much incest, there has to be a right amount, yeah? By definition? Eat shit, redneck. I'll make them pay, all right. Eat that, you dick. Got the keys. There's my clothes. Yeah, I know I can shoot the lock off the door if I'm stuck in here, but what I want to do is pick up my goddamn clothes. There we go. Jason Gamer, you can change your profile pic when you are a mod and it don't mess anything up. Yep. You can change your profile pic. You can do whatever you want. You can do it even if you're not a mod. You don't need a gun. You can just break the doors like this as well. But I'm going to use the key because it's the first time I've actually found it. Ah. You must be lost if you think I'm your friend. Oh, I got no armor. Oh, buck shit. All right, now I know where the guy is. Oh, I'm going to mess with you. Oh, you bastard, just as I went to heal up. Come here, buddy. I think you could change your name as well. I've had people change their name and they're still mods in my chat. Feral, the Feral Spec Ops, he changed his name to Texan something. And he's still a mod. Hey, you got a gimpy knee? Jesus Christ, mate. Ah, for fuck's sake. Tree. Stump. What the fuck? Get out of my way.
Come on, you ain't gotta do this.
I kind of have to. Yeah.
Especially when they're always threatening to hook you up to a car battery or something like that. At least you're alive, right? So it's kind of like nothing happened.
Yeah, let's just keep this wheel open. We'll just drive. Don't worry. Don't even worry about shooting them. We'll just keep the weapon wheel open, the snack wheel open. And if we start losing snacks or health, we'll just eat up some snacks. We can get free snacks at the agency or at the bounty place. So these are all pretty easy. I just took my time then because I was getting some herbage ready, shall we say. Got to be careful how you word it. YouTube's chuck sooks. They think you're glorifying shit when you're not. Yeehaw! Round cowboy. I'll check chat in a second, guys. I'll just drop this guy off and then I'll be free to check the chat. Took his wheels out. That made us then he was less of a issue. He's still around, but meh. Can't believe I got killed just as I went to health up. Ah, I should have healthed up earlier. That's my own fault. Hey, dickhead.
You got your license, right?
Yeah, I got my license, smartass. Fucking guy in the back there's like, you got your license, right? Yeah, I got it. Dumbass. I'll answer all the questions in a second. Check, see what was said. Sometimes you get these modes where you're playing a video game and you kind of got to focus for a second. So that's all I'm doing at the moment, guys. I'm not ignoring anyone. I'm pretty sure everybody's aware of that. Everyone in the chat's smart. You're smart cookies.
Hey, you can still change your mind.
Oh, I can?
I'll take it from here, partner. Leroy and I are gonna have a nice chat about who helped him get the jump on us.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I gotta have a look. Cool, because I've been afraid to do it myself since I'm mod for a few channels and I don't want that to mess it up. Should I let YouTubers know before I do it? No, you're good. I don't know. You want to just change your name. Yeah, you're changing your name or your profile picture. If you're changing your profile picture, don't worry about it. If you're changing your name, then I would suggest that when you go into somebody's chat, say you go into JR's, you're a mod there, just say, it's me, Metal Storm, I just changed my name. then you only have to do it once in his chat, just to let him know. Yeah. Simon says he's not ignoring us, but I'm pretty sure he's just making excuses to ignore us. No, no, I'm not ignoring yous as a whole. You on your own, Googs. Yeah, I'm ignoring you because, you know, I mean, you've met you, right? But everybody else in the chat, no, I'm not ignoring them. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not. I don't ignore anybody in the chat. I always try to get through to everybody. And yeah, Googs is right there. Name change is fine as well, but people might just be confused. They might not recognise a name, and they might take your mod away thinking, I don't remember modding this guy. So they take your mod away. So Googs is 100% right there. The name thing, if you change your name, it may confuse a few people. So just be prepared that when you go in the chat, you say, hello, hello, it's me, Metal Storm. I just changed my name to what it is now. And then most people that are new to you, that remember your name, Metal Storm, they will go, okay, cool. And they'll be fine with it. They don't have a choice. They have to be fine with it. It's none of their business. When it comes to real name, a wild possum. He picks a wild possum.
So the O'Neills have a BFF in LSPD, huh? Sneaky fuckers.
So when it comes to YouTube, there's a real fine line between what you can do, what you can't do, and what you should do, and what you don't have to do. You don't have to give any personal information out at all. You don't have to tell anybody your real name. You don't have to connect your real name up to anything, really, that's visible to anyone. You can have all that sort of stuff hidden to a certain degree. Only time that YouTube really give a shit about wanting to know your real name, and that's if you're monetized. And there's a difference between being a mod and being monetized. So when you're monetized, you can earn money, and that's when YouTube want to know your name because they got to go through AdSense, and AdSense needs to know your name for the legal reasons of taxes and all that sort of stuff. I know they're boring. I know we all have our issues with taxes, but they fucking exist. We know they exist, and so we have to deal with that shit. So, you know, regardless of our opinions on taxes and all that sort of stuff, they exist and we have to deal with them. So in those things, we have to have our real names, but we don't have to display it to everybody else. And you're not obligated to give any of that information out to anyone. Exactly what Shiny said. It's actually recommended to keep your identity, you know, I think he was going to say secure. You know, you're not obligated to give any of that information out. You're not obligated to tell anybody anything about your personal life at all. You know, I had someone ask me one time years ago when I first started streaming, they're like, what's your name? I was like, oh, everybody just calls me Zombie. And they're like, no, what's your real name? And I was like, nah, just call me Zombie. And they're like, no, I'm asking what your real name is. And I kind of snapped at them. I said, if I wanted people to know what my fucking real name is, I'd have that as my channel name. So, you know, it's totally up to you. It is totally 100% up to you. You know, you pick your name. My suggestion would be take some time in picking your name because it's just a good idea. It's a good idea to take your time to make sure you're happy with your name. I went with This Zombie Bites Everything. It's a metaphor. I take a bite out of games. You know, I don't necessarily finish them, but I'll basically try them. I'm trying them. I'm taking a bite out of them. I'm trying them. And I also picked This Zombie Bites Everything because the initials, TZVE, all rhyme. As for your picture, your profile picture, yeah, that's it. It's one of those things that is... I'd make sure that any picture I used Like any picture I use, like you got a picture that looks like it. If I'm looking at your channel here, which I am, and I'm subscribed to. Okay, I see there's a name there in the at part. You can change that. If you wanted to, you could change that to your Metal Storm if you wanted to. I won't say the name out aloud, but I can see the name there. Next to the N8H. N8H. I don't know what that stands for. But yeah, next to that. I'll just say Keith. So yeah, I can see the name there. If you wanted to, you could change that to Metal Gear Solid. Wow, I keep going to say Metal Gear, Metal Storm. You could change it to Metal Storm if you wanted to. You know, you could have at Metal Storm Love if you wanted to. Like I've got mine at This Zombie Bites Everything. You could change that if you wanted to. Your profile picture, I would probably... There's nothing wrong with your profile picture at all. You don't have anything identifiable in the background, so that's a good thing. But what I would do is I would cut your image out of yourself and I would put it on a neutral background or some other background that's nothing to do with you, or just to brighten it up a little bit, you know. But that's just me. If I was using my real face, I'm going to assume that's your real face. If I was using my real face as it, but my real face, I've used my real face already in cartoon form. I had a lady, a friend of ours, drew me up as a zombie, and so that's the logo that I got there, and it's in my it's normally on my banner as well. I think it's on my banner. I can't remember. Is it on my banner? Yes, in the middle of my banner. So that's what I look like when I, but as a zombie. I wish that the Googs would show up in chat, just like it does for comments. Yeah. Well, I mean, I could have had at zombie, but the problem is there's so many people out there with the name zombie. I had to have mine individual at This Zombie Bites Everything because there wasn't another person out there with it. Trying to give a fuck. It really depends. Make no mistake. Everything we do on YouTube.
All right, I got this one just for you.
Okay. Everything we do on YouTube is connected to us somehow. Everything I do on YouTube is connected to me somehow. And regardless of what your opinions might be about yourself or your self-worth, regardless of what those opinions are, I don't care too much about my own self. I don't have a self-worth value. I don't sit there and think that I'm worth this, I'm worth that. Everybody's got to do this for me or anything like that. I don't have that. Or maybe on certain things when it comes to me wife, but that's a different story. We've been together 30 years. Anyway, point is, I don't have that sort of thing. So for me, I keep things private only because, not because I'm worried about myself, but it's my family. It's me kids and my grandkids. You know, I want to be able to say my opinions and make jokes and stuff like that without having them having to cop any of the blowback or flack or anything like that, you know. And I also know that it really doesn't matter, because if anybody wanted to find out my real name or anything like that, it wouldn't be really hard for them to do that. It's not hard. Like, it's not hard for me to find out. Like, I already know fucking Googs' real name. Why do I know Googs' real name? Not because he's never said it in chat. I've never heard him say it in my chat. I've never heard him say it in his stream. But I've been in a Discord where one of his friends called him by his name. That's how. Because there will always be one. You'll connect with somebody, you'll get some information to them, and they'll just call you by your real name when you're not on YouTube, and they'll totally forget there's other people around. Whether Googs wanted it to be private or not, it didn't matter. On that day, that person said his name, and now I know his name. Am I going to do anything with it? No, because I don't give a shit. He's fuck Googs. Actually, he's not fuck Google. That's his dad. He's Googs. All right? He's Googs. He's not fuck Google, because that's his dad. Or is it fuck was your mum and Google's was your dad? I can't remember. I've been told a couple of different... Exactly. It's actually hyphened. It's Nancy Lucy. It's actually a hyphenated name there, Googs. It's Nancy Lucy. Yeah.
This one? She's got 3 counts of robbery. Troubled member of a local biker gang. You know anything about biker gangs? Well, this ain't the cute cookout kind. More the run over your dog and shoot out your kneecaps kind.
So standard bikers.
Card fraud, insurance fraud, more fraud. This lady took out credit lines in all her housekeepers' names to buy luxury decor. Ruin their lives. But I will admit the pictures of her place are stunning. I want to hear.
I knew a guy named... I've met a few people that are males that have names that automatically sound like they are female names, but one of them I thought sounded like a female name when I was younger. He was a friend of the family's. He was a friend of my mum and dad's when they were in high school. But I've never met the man. I just know stories of him. And then later on, I always thought that's a girl's name. I never heard of a boy with that name. And then later on, I heard of a celebrity with the same name, and they were a male as well. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe it's not. But Tracy, I've met a guy. I know of a guy named Tracy. But then later on, Tracy Morgan, the comedian, the black comedian from 30 Rock and other things like. I think he was in the Longest Yard remake with Adam Sandler. I believe he was also in that Bruce Willis movie, Cop Out, I think it was, something like that. Just about to say Tracy. The other one is Jody. I met a boy with the name Jody. And then when you hear a man named Francine, it's like, huh? And it's like, do you mean Francis? And they're like, no, Francine. It's like, okay. And then I've met people that have got these names that they're like my brother, my foster brother. His name's Daryl. And I said to him, you know that's the female spelling of Daryl, right? And he's like, that's what's on my birth certificate. His mum was so drunk. His mum's an alcoholic. My mum's an alcoholic. She was such a drunk, she spelt the female version of Daryl, like Daryl Hannah. She spelt the female version. So my brother's been growing up a male with a male name that's been spelt in the female spelling. Jody is an army term as well. You have a buddy named Jody? Yeah, see, when I said to the person, I've never heard of a man named Jody before, they said it's actually quite common in certain countries. And they did give me a reason, but for the life of me, I cannot remember what it was. Jody at home screwing your girl. Yeah. I'm sure we have something similar like that to here in Australia as well, but probably not the word Jody. You just tell your mate while he's deployed, you just say, I'll look after your wife. And when he's like, no, you can't, you'll try and fuck her. Just say, no. See, I was in the last war and I had my dick blown off. So I couldn't even if I wanted to. My dick was blowing off in the war. And then when he comes back and he catches you in bed with his wife, fucking his wife, he'll be like, I thought you said you had your dick blown off in the war. And that's when you turn around and go, yeah, I know, but it left a 6-inch stump.
laptop's being a cunt.
Okay, so here's the news. Laptop's being a cunt, can't get the fucking gifts to work. There's Kelly. Yep. Kelly Slater, the fucking Australian surfer. I think he's an Australian surfer. He's a surfer, I know that. Kelly Slater's another one. Kelly. Yep. I've heard it flipped too. The first time, I'd never ever heard of a girl named Corey before, but I know a Corey that's a girl. I'd never heard that before. That's someone recent I've met during the YouTube, because of YouTube. And Silence, you know who I'm talking about there. So, you know, I've never ever met a female named Corey before. I always thought that was a boy's name. I didn't know. And then I was watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and this morning, one of the episodes, one of the characters says, hello, boy Corey and girl Corey. And I was like, hey, they reference the girl Corey too. Okay. Never knew. Well, if you're smart, what you do is you say to your woman, I'm going off to be deployed, but before I go, I'm having a vasectomy. And when I get back and I'm finished with the military and we're going to start a family, I'll undo the vasectomy. At least then, if she is sleeping around, she'll probably take protection, because she can't risk the fact of falling pregnant, because you're never going to believe it. You're never going to believe she fell pregnant when you've had a vasectomy. I mean, look, that's an extreme way of making sure everyone's faithful. That's an extreme way, and I'm not. It's unrealistic. I totally get it. But let's say, and I know that reversing it's not always guaranteed. So let's say, hypothetically, a vasectomy was such an easy thing you could just get done, and you could get it reversed, no problem. Let's say those parameters work. She would have to be using protection to at least not fall pregnant, because if she fell pregnant, how's she going to explain that? I'm the Virgin Mary? You'd be like, fuck off. I know what I did to you the first night I met you. I ain't no fucking virgin. Pop it, mate. Pop your head. Any fucking armor. Well, I mean, I figured, all jokes aside, I mean, we know it goes both ways. I'll never get snipped. Hell no. No, well, I wouldn't suggest anybody do that, you know, unless, of course, medical reasons told you should. I think we all know someone that probably should be, though. I know a couple of people that are just having kids with women, like just fucking them, get them pregnant, and then they fuck off. And I'm thinking that cunt should be snipped. Because he's fulfilling a market there that's not needed, and that's children growing up without dads. You know, with dads that don't give a shit about them. That market's not needing to be filled. So when people do that, you know, that's why I'm okay with abortions too. Because if she doesn't want to keep it, don't fucking. If you don't want it and she don't want it, well, maybe none of you should have it. But just like you, Googs, and every other male in chat there, I don't want anyone telling me what I have to do with my balls. So I'm going to stay out of that conversation when it comes to abortion, because I ain't a female, ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm staying the hell out of that conversation. Let me just kill these guys here. Okay, I'm safe here at the moment. I can read this. I never married, never had kids, etc. Don't really ever plan to. However, I would like to still be able to have the chance. Some the other day, I'll leave it for another time. No, you're good, man. Yeah, I never pictured myself having children. It wasn't something I planned on doing straight away when I was younger. But me and Topeka, we had kids relatively young, not too young, but relatively young. And, you know, I'm able to run around with my grandkids. We're able to run around. They tire us out, don't get us wrong. You know, we're not fucking as young as we used to be. But we're able to keep up with our grandkids and shit like that. So it's a good age to be able to. I wouldn't tell anybody, I wouldn't presume to tell anybody what they should do with their life when I'm not going to help them. See, I wouldn't tell anybody in chat, you should do this and you should do that, because I'm not going to stand there and hold your hand and help you do it. I think it's rude when people do that. I think it's rude when people say, you should have kids. Why? Are you going to help me raise them? No. Well, then why are you fucking telling me I should? I think it's rude when people say, you should get married. Why? You know, you know, especially when it comes from people that aren't married and have no kids. It's like, why are you telling me I should? You have kids then. You think they're so good, you know. So I would never presume to tell anybody what to do with their life when it comes to that sort of things, because those are real big commitments. We're not talking about a fucking puppy dog here. A relationship with a woman or a man, whatever your fucking sex is or whatever you're into, and having children is a fucking big commitment. It's a huge commitment. And if you don't feel like it's right for you, then I'm not the fucking person to tell you you're wrong. You know. But there's definitely times when I can sit there and say, I don't think that person was prepared to have children right now. I think we all have the ability to say that. We all have the ability to have opinions and stuff like that. And we can't help the thoughts and our opinions and stuff like that we have. But to force people or to make them feel bad, nah, I don't think that's right. I try not to do that sort of shit because it's not fair. Well, you see, you raise a very good point there, Goose. You raise a very, very, very good point. You want to be able to give the best environment you can for your kids, and by best environment I mean you want to be able to give them an environment they can grow and learn in, and that they can become themselves. And, you know, so then you can,
I'm gonna lay you flat.
you can, you know, have your genetics go on, I guess, if that's something that people care about. But you want to be able to give them the best environment, and you'd like to be able to give them an environment better than what you had yourself growing up. But at the same time, you want them to be, you need them to be safe. And if you're in a position to not even be able to, like, you struggle to look after yourself, then, you know, it's easy to think, to be a person on the outside, to think, well, that person's struggling. I don't know why they even had kids if they can't even look after themselves. That's easy to fucking see that as an outsider. The difficult thing is what you're doing. So you're doing it smart. You're able to see it as an insider. You're able to identify that yourself. So you're able to make that choice to try not to bring a child into a world where you struggle to look after yourself. There are those people that don't see that, and they think, oh yeah, I'm living the best life I could be, and everybody on the outside's thinking that's not a good life. You know, you're able to identify the issues in your life to go, I don't want to bring a child into that. That's a good thing. The fact that you're able to do that, a lot of people can't. So at the end of the day, Googs, you should be really proud of yourself and happy that you're actually able to do that. I mean that. Like, all jokes aside, I mean that. I honestly mean that. The issue is the people that don't realise they don't have the means to raise a child, or the capacity, like the mental capacity. It's not just financial. It's not just financial, putting a roof over their head, making them, you know, helping them with education, tying shoes. It's not just that. There's, you know, a whole heap of things that go into it.
Low down dog.
Shut up.
Well, I mean, it is, like you said a second ago, it's a double-edged sword. And
Sure.
there is that double-edged sword of, here it is. Here's the nitty-gritty of it, right? The nitty-gritty is while there is a shit ton, I'm going to go back to the casino for a bit. While there's a shit ton of children being born, you know, they don't have full support of mum/dad or both. They get put into the system. The kids that go into the system, there's no guarantee because they're taken into the system that they're going to get everything they need. There's no guarantee that they're going to get everything they need in a household either. It doesn't matter whether they're rich or poor or what kind of household. It seems like abuse and neglect can happen in any environment. Any environment. And, you know, so there's no safeguards there. The problem is here's the double-edged sword part. The government sucks when it comes to how they try and help families or help children. It sucks. But it sucks that we need a fucking organisation like the government to have to step in when some people don't do the right thing. Because we know that while it sucks, there are times when they got it right and they did it they took the children from the right people, took them off the right people, they did the right thing. And it sucks because it's like, oh, you hate it because of what they represent in the big picture, but you know that sometimes their things have worked, and it sucks because you don't want to give them credit because you know that there's a system put in place, and the system's been put in place because of everything that's going on. You know, all the people that, like, people go, the prison system sucks. It's like, yeah, but prisoners, you know, criminals, there's some criminals out there that suck too. You know, so it's like it's weird. It's like you said, yeah, it is a double-edged sword.
Ah, madam, what can I do for you? Is there anything I can do? Just call right back if you need
Oh,
anything.
I grew up poor and destitute, mate. That's how I grew up. I grew up as poor as shit. I was like that cunt in fucking A Million Ways to Die in the West, you know. Take your hat off, boy. That's a goddamn dollar. You know, I was like that guy. I knew nothing about luxury or anything like that. Didn't know, you know, most of my computer game experience, it wasn't until I became a teenager and other people gave me things. Like, I got given a little TV that I could use and a Sega. Mum didn't give it to me. Mum didn't give a shit. I never experienced birthdays or Christmases or anything like that. I don't know what that shit is, unless I was with friends or family, and then I did. But I always felt like people just being nice to me because I was there. I never felt like I fit in or anything like that. Never had money. Always had to scrounge and scrap for everything, you know. That was just the way it was. I didn't know any different of, you know, anything like that. But I understood right from wrong and all that sort of shit. I guess, see, I had the benefit and disadvantage of being an only child, growing up an only child. Yeah, I got foster brothers and half brothers, but they're on my dad's side. They grew up with me dad, and the foster brothers are ones that I met as a teen. But growing up, so I had the advantage of being an only child, which meant I didn't have to witness any of my siblings go through that sort of stuff. But I had the disadvantage of not having someone my own age or around my own group that was experiencing the same thing I was experiencing to be able to talk to, if that makes sense. Not saying that they would have been old enough or whatever to be able to understand, depending on the age group, obviously. But, yeah. Yeah, I could never understand. I could never understand
Greetings, men. Good to have you.
why
Get those beds in.
lunches and dinners. I always got breakfast because Weet-Bix is cheap. So my mum always got Weet-Bix.
Good luck.
So it's just a cereal in Australia.
Sitting at 15.
Um, I'd always have cereal in the morning, but I wasn't always guaranteed a lunch or a dinner. And it would always strike me as funny that you could be like 6 years old and understand this simple thought. Why is it she has enough money to buy that beer she drinks, but not enough to fucking put food on the table? And you shouldn't be thinking of things like that at 6 years old, you know. So I totally understand what Googs is saying about not wanting to bring a child into a life where he can't even look after himself, because there's probably times when Googs is sort of, you know, Googs doesn't want to have to. I mean, I don't want to speak for you, Googs, but you like to have a little drink every now and then, and you don't want to have to stop that. And you know, you're fine to drink and then decide when you want to eat. My mum had that same sort of thing. She was fine to be able to drink and know when she wanted to eat, it was fine. She'd eat when she wanted to eat, but she didn't have the concept of knowing there was a child there that had to eat as well. And so you don't want to, you don't have the ability to be able to do all that, or for whatever reason. So I understand it. Yep. Same. Seen it all. Here's the thing, right? You know how they say if you live in a certain environment, you're more likely to grow up and you know, do the same things you did as a kid, or as that you've seen. You know, child sees daddy hit mummy, so child grows up thinking it's all right to hit his wife and girlfriend and all that sort of stuff. I'm sure that happens, like just like that. I'm sure it happens just like that. I'm not saying it doesn't. But like drugs and alcohol and stuff like that, I grew up around all that sort of shit. And apart from weed, I'm not interested in any of it. Not interested in it. My brothers, my half-brothers, however, they didn't grow up with it. They grew up with, you know, drinking, a little bit of drinking, but they didn't grow up with people having drugs around them all the time. And they have issues, or have had issues with drugs in the past. And when I say drugs, I mean the hard stuff. What I consider to be hard stuff, like crack and stuff like that. So it's sort of like it was the opposite. Like I had the opposite thingy when it comes to drugs and alcohol that my mum had, and my brothers had the opposite of drugs and alcohol to what their parents had, what their mum and dad had, which we only share the same dad. No, it's not hard. It's not a hard concept. It sounds real easy. You know, treat people the way you want to be treated. You know, I had a similar sort of theory in that, and that was if you didn't like it when you were growing up, then you could probably bet your bottom dollar someone else wouldn't like it. Same thing. Means the same thing, you know. So it means the exact same thing. Well, I mean, look, I'm not going to judge you, Googs, on why you drink or why you are the way you are. I'm going to put it down to the same reason, the same idea I come up with every single person, with the reason why every single person is the way they are, and that's because that's them. That's just them. And for the most part, I think most people that have that background or have that look about them that looks a bit iffy, shall we say, or we know people judge it, right? Most people like that, you can tell, yeah, that's a background that they've inherited from a lifestyle they grew up in, and 9 times out of 10, you'll find most of it is a survival mechanism. And it's not to be fucking taken seriously. It's a survival mechanism that they have left over from their evolution as a child growing up in the environment they were in. Oh, I judge you. Don't worry about that. When I say I'm not judging people, or when I say I'm not judging a person, or if I say I'm not judging you, what I mean by that is, and I think everybody will understand this, I'm not going out of my way to automatically get a bad idea of who you are and form an opinion of, no, you look like this, therefore you're this type of person. No, I'm not doing that. But I'm not judging you in that aspect. Of course, when someone tells you something about themselves and they tell you how they might have responded or reacted to it, it's impossible to not form an opinion sometimes and sit there and be totally open-minded and not have an opinion, because our brains will go, what would we do if we're in that situation? And we might have a different outcome. So therefore our brain fails us and forces us to judge, based on the information we're given. And I think that's okay. You can always do that. That's all right. That's allowed. I think it's totally fine to judge people on the information they give you. I wouldn't judge a person based on information somebody gave me about them. For example, Googs, if you told me something about Shiny, I wouldn't judge Shiny on it because the information came from you. It didn't come from Shiny, and vice versa. Yeah. I mean, I don't like when I say I don't judge people, it's like what I mean by that is like you guys would be feeling the same way. I'm not automatically going to go, oh, this guy's a black guy, therefore the information must be treated differently because stereotype people tell me this is the thing that has to happen because that's the opinion, the biased opinion, confirmation bias that people have. It's like, no, I'm not going to judge somebody. I don't care who the information comes from. It's like, if it's, truthful, when it's information that people give about other people, that's a bit like, for example, I can give you stories about my life, but I wouldn't want you to judge my mother as a cruel, heartless bitch, even if I call her a cruel, heartless bitch, because at the end of the day, there's also things that happened in her life that made her the way she is, and vice versa, and it goes down deeper and deeper, and everybody has these scars and these things that happen in our lives. We I don't know. It's a weird one. It's a double-edged sword again. It fucking gets around. Well, everybody said when my grandparents, apparently, so here's the story of Zombie's mother, okay? Of my mother and her family. Not my dad's side, this is my mother's side. So I met my mum the first time when I was born. Ha ha ha. Okay, so their parents, my grandmother and my grandfather, I only ever met my grandfather, I never met my grandmother. She died 2 weeks after I was born. We'll get to that. Okay, so apparently my grandmother and grandfather, they had 9 children. There was a couple of sets of twins, but out of all of it, only 3 survived. I don't know the reasons why. I only have that information. I don't have any other information other than there was 9, but only 3 survived, and there was a set of twins or like 2 sets of twins or something like that. I don't know what was known about cot death back then or SIDS. I don't know if any of that played any... I have no other information other than that. My grandfather used to drink a lot. My grandmother was deemed crazy by a lot of people because she was kind of a hoarder. I don't know if that means someone's crazy or not, but apparently. And I don't know what it was she used to hoard, so I got no idea there. I don't know whether it was books, cats, fucking plates. I got no idea. And then I've got me grandfather who becomes an alcoholic for whatever reason, but he's a really good artist. He can paint and he can do carvings and stuff like that. A fair artist, at least. And he used to take long trips to go get loaves of bread, got to go get a loaf of bread, not come back for a couple of years. So he had family. He had another wife up north. and had kids up there as well. So I've got family all over WA because of that. Cheers, Grandad. Now, we get to my aunties and my mum. Now, at one point, they all get taken off my nana, off my grandmother and grandfather for whatever reason, and they get put into a female's home in Western Australia called Longmoor. Longmoor Home for Girls. It was a really bad place to go. Anybody remember those old ringers? The old ringers that were attached to the washing machines, and you put the clothes in and you'd wind the crank, and it would have two rolling pins and it would pull the clothes through and wring them out. Do you all remember those? Well, there was one time in Longmoor when my mum was there and my aunties were there. So this is a group home for girls that have been taken off their parents and been put into the welfare system, or the child protection system, it's called now. But it was called a welfare system back in the day. And they'd be taken and they'd be placed there until their parents get their act together, or until they find homes for them. And a lot of them stayed there until they were 18 years old, given a couple of dollars, and then sent back onto the streets and said, fuck you, we're done with you. Okay, so this place was also run by the church, by nuns. All right, so one day they ended up having all the girls get their hair chopped very, 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 very short, basically bowl cuts, all the girls. And this happened because of an incident in the laundry area. One of the girls had her hair in a plait, and another girl, for some reason, they got into an argument. So one girl fed her hair into that wringer and rang it all the way back until her head was stuck there, and then just started punching into her face. So after that day, so my mum grew up in that sort of environment, really rough environment. And then she ends up having a child to my dad, because that's who he is. And not long after she gets out of that Longmoor, she fell pregnant while she was in there and going to a Catholic school. She fell pregnant. Funny stuff. Anyway, so I'm born. I don't wait 9 months. I wait 8 months, I think it was, or 8.5 months. I'm a little bit premature. At least I'm not that's only with my birth, not anything else. And then 2 weeks afterwards, after I'm born, my mum's in the hospital still, I'm in the hospital still. One of my dad's friends decided he was drunk, and he went and he decided to kill my grandmother. So that's why I never met her. So there was a rift in the family for a very long time. And my mum became an alcoholic because she just lost her mother. And she only ever knew abuse growing up. So that's all she dished out. So even though I don't like the environment I grew up in, I can understand my mum wasn't a perfect person either. She was a flawed human being who desperately needed help herself and never got it. It still makes me angry, the lifestyle I grew up in. I still have issues with it, but I'm more at peace with it now because I know more about understanding of human beings and stuff like that. If that makes any sense. I understand that things are more than just on the surface. There's always a lot deeper. There's a lot deeper into reasons why some people are the way they are. It's not always what you see. It's sometimes a lot deeper. Yeah, our last daughter, she was 10 days over, which is almost 2 weeks. That's 4 days off 2 weeks. She was 10 days over. Her, that little soft spot in the skull, that was almost closed up within fucking weeks. He's seen the opening. He was like, nah, fuck that. Get me I'll come out when they got a hotter nurse. I mean, I know people out there that have really, 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 really good, strong relationships with their parents, with their mothers at least. And some of those people I know have recently lost their mother. And this is going to sound really weird, but I'm kind of jealous of the love they have for them. Like the how upset they are because they lost their mum. I'm jealous that they feel that way. Because when I lost my mum, I didn't have that. I did not have this. I haven't cried or anything like that. I haven't had any feelings towards it at all. It hasn't bothered me one bit. So I'm kind of jealous that I don't have that and they do. Because I would love to have that sort of relationship with my mum, that I cared enough, but I don't.
If we're gonna get them, we need to get on it now.
I guess it's kind of that sort of thing of you don't know what you got till it's gone type thing, you don't miss what you don't, like when I was growing up, I was the cleaner of the house. I was doing everything. I used to always think to myself, is there a story about Cinderella, but it's a boy? Because I feel like Cinderella here, fucking cleaning up after every cunt. But I learned a lot too. That's the other thing. That's the reason why I'm not really overly mad and pissed off about it, and being a right cunt about it, and blaming everything bad that's ever happened on those experiences. Because there's a lot of things I learned from growing up in that lifestyle. I can almost go anywhere. I have spider senses when it comes to danger. I can go anywhere and know when there's things about to fucking pop off and leave about 15 minutes before anything happens. Anywhere in the world. There's a lot of people that don't have that. There's a lot of people that do. It's not a fucking uncommon trait to be able to pick up on danger when someone's about to fucking kick off. It's not that uncommon. But some people have to do training to do that sort of shit. Nah, that's just built in with me. Like if I go to a bar or something like that, I already have it all scoped out. As soon as I walk in, I'm already scoping out every single fucking person. I'm looking at every single person. My brain goes, look at every single person, check all the exits, check all the bars, check where everybody's cups are, people right-handed, left-handed. I'm taking note of all that shit. I don't want to. It's distracting, but that's all I'm doing. That's all my brain's doing. All right? The whole fucking time. And it's a brilliant skill to have. But it's really annoying and does not allow you to enjoy the moment. I'm never relaxed when I go out. I'm never relaxed. I'm only relaxed in certain environments, which is really stressful. It's stressful to the body. It's stressful to the body, only being relaxed. Like, think about it if you're one of those types of people that like to be, like when you're just going to go for a shit and you just want to relax and have a shit. And people keep interrupting it. And it makes you unrelaxed. Now you're backed up and in pain. It's the same thing. I don't know if that happens to people, but It's the best description I can give. I've seen like psychiatrists and that, and they've said to me, you know, you need to get out of your own head. It's like, how the fuck does one get out of their own head, you idiot? Well, for starters, you don't say how the fuck, and you don't call your psychiatrist an idiot. Well, then stop saying stupid shit. Get out of my own head. I can get out of other people's heads. I can't even do that. If I say something that sticks in someone's head, I got no control over that. Except not to speak. Get out of my own head. Or when you get mad over something and people say, all right, relax, calm down. It's like, the fuck? The doctor asked me the other day. he said, do you still have anger issues? Because this new medication I'm on is supposed to help with anger issues as well. And I have some anger issues, you know, but I call them justified. And he's like, do you have any anger issues too? And I was like, yeah. He goes, do you feel like acting out on them? I said, well, it depends. There was a person who fucking assaulted my daughter and in front of my grandkids who was supposed to be the fucking my daughter's boyfriend, father of the kids. And yeah, as soon as I grab my hands on that little prick, I'm punch him in the fucking head. Ain't no pill gonna stop that. The fuck? Some things are just out of our control. I definitely try not to judge people in those moments. You never know what triggers people. You don't know. I don't know. Oh, you're on that side. Well, that would have been handy to know. I'm going to have to remember that for next time. See if a person comes. I'm not seeing a person coming up. I had one chase me. I must have been going slow because they chased me all the way back to the fucking office nearly. Spider sensors is defected. I used to ride in cars with crazy speed demons, so on gravel roads, and thought it was fun getting out. Oh, one own's head takes a lot of shrooms. Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, I don't want to get on that whole debate on, you know, mankind should be happy with just what it is because, you know, you shouldn't need recreational drugs or anything like that to experience any blah, blah, blah or anything like that. I don't want to get into that fucking debate because I feel there's benefits on both sides, you know, abstinence from drugs and taking drugs. So I feel like, but in that sense is what I mean is I think that certain things are good for certain people and certain people should stay away from certain things because it's not right for them. And the problem is we never know which is which until they do it. So let the chips fall where they may, so to speak. Basically what I'm saying is I don't want to have to, I certainly don't want to have to take a lot of fucking pharmaceuticals of any kind just to get out of my own head. But I understand that there probably are some people that have to. And I understand there's probably some people that shouldn't because their brain's not wired right. That's the other thing. Some of our brains aren't wired right, and we don't know they're not wired right until something happens and we find out. The sucky thing is we normally find out the hard way where it cost us in some fucking dramatic way. Either, cost us a relationship or cost us a fines or even jail time or something, depending on how severity the fucking thing is that lets us know we have a defect in our brain. For example, do I think weed's dangerous? No, I don't. But do I think that means everybody should be smoking weed? No, I don't. Because I don't know what people's brains are like. Some people might not... as harmless as people want to say weed is, there are people out there that fucking might not be able to handle it. Just like there are people out there that can't handle coffee or can't handle sugars or can't handle alcohol. Problem is they never know until they try, sort of thing. That's how they find out. And you can even call it an allergic reaction if you really wanted to. You introduce something to the body and the body doesn't like it. It's an allergic reaction when you eat peanuts and you have a peanut allergy, but if you use peanuts to kill someone, you poisoned them with peanuts, so it's basically like poison too. So anybody's body could be susceptible to having a bad reaction to any type of chemical they ingest, no matter what it comes from, I suppose. There's people out there that can't handle sunlight. You got to ask yourself, that's a weird thing when you consider most of us have to endure sunlight at some point in our lives. It's a weird thing to have a human evolved to have a thing where they can't handle sunlight. So our brains and the makeup of our brains and our bodies and that, they determine a lot on how we live. Also on how we process information and all that sort of stuff. Some of us, that's another thing too, processing of information. You don't want to impair that. That's a survival tool, how you process information. That's all I'm doing when I walk into a bar. I just process the information that's in the bar and what's the most dangerous places to be sitting and where's the most safest place to sit. As soon as that safest place to sit starts to get a little overcrowded, I might end up leaving the bar. I'll stay longer if it stays emptier. So when I go into a bar, one of the things I like to do is I like to sit far enough away from people to where I can't hear anyone's particular conversation. I want it to sound like murmurs and muddling of voices. I don't want to actually be able to identify anyone's particular statements that they're making because they're having their own private conversation. And I figure if they're having their own private conversation and I can't understand a single sentence they're saying with each other, with the other people that are around them, then they won't be able to understand anything I'm saying as well. Which will be things like, hey Topeka, look at that guy with the yellow hat. Keep an eye on him. Looks like he's swaying over there a little bit too much. If he walks over here, I'm going to go for a piss. If he walks over, you get up and walk up to the bar and order a drink. Stuff like that. Don't be sitting near him. I mean, I trust that Googs is smart enough. I'm going to assume, Googs, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you have driven when you're drunk before, possibly. But I'm going to also assume that you're smart enough to know that you do everything in your power to make sure that whenever you do drink, you don't have to operate anything that's heavy machinery, because you are consciously aware of people's safety and shit like that. I'm just assuming that you may have driven when you've been drunk before, but it's not something you set out to do and go to do, even though, while we're on the subject of alcohol. Yeah, exactly, Googs. That's exactly what I'm doing as well. I do that same sort of thing. I walk into a bar and I automatically take an inventory of who's in the bar. Sometimes I give them names, or I just give the table a name. Like you said, cool guys over there, the ladies there, blah, blah, blah here. I give them the tables a name, and then when I'm sitting down with Topeka, we'll start talking. And most of the time, it doesn't happen often because we don't go to the bars often. We hardly ever go to those types of places. But whenever we do go out, we still I'm walking down the street, I'm paying attention to every single thing. That's where my eidetic memory comes in. It's in those moments. I don't even have the ability to turn it on. Like, it just happens. Which sucks, because it's not useful to me. Having any type of skill is awesome, but it's even better if you can have it be useful to you in some way. I don't have a useful way to be able to use it. Most of my eidetic memory stuff comes to starts working when anything's to do with security or anything like that, basically. Anything to do with I need to pay attention to this particular thing happening right now because this is vital to our family for whatever reason. Any interactions with government, I pay close attention to every single thing. They don't like it when you can almost recite every single letter, word for word, back to them that they've ever sent out. When it comes to contracts and legal documents, I'm a complete ass when it comes to that because my eidetic memory pops in there. It's also handy too that I do understand and I understand how the laws work within each other. More for Australia than any other countries, but I do know some laws for other countries and how they work and all that sort of stuff as well. It's not hard, but I have a good memory for that sort of thing. But that's not really an eidetic memory. That's just more of a filing it away. That's all I do is I take in information that's relevant to what I need it for, and then I file it away. But then there's moments when other information as well just sticks in my head and I can recall it, but I never filed it away or remember needing that information or anything like that. I just remember it. It's weird. It's weird. But it's not useful because I can't recall the shit when I need it, sort of thing, always. So it's not... I guess it's not a refined skill. It's a skill, but it's not a refined. I'm not as fucking Rain Man as Rain Man. Not a rocket scientist, that's for sure. I always say I'm not smart. I just remember what smart people figured out. That's it. I don't know how to do anything with it. Do you know how engines work? Yes. Can you build one? Well, I suppose I could. Well, why don't you? Because I don't need to. They're already fucking built. Just buy an engine. Why do I need to build one? Stupid. What do you want about a small one? They make small ones for remote. Just fucking buy one. Google it. Like, can you fly a plane? Yeah, if I wanted to. Of course I could. Any of us could. If we truly wanted to fly a plane, any of us could learn how to fly a plane. There's nothing stopping us. Or maybe some federal laws might be stopping us for some previous things we've been in trouble with. I don't know. I don't have anything like that. But, you know, some people might. Okay, let's say that's true. Fine. You're off the list. But you still got the... you can. Nothing's stopping you. But you don't have to. Why do I have to learn how to fly? I'll pay someone to fly me. Then I don't have to worry about doing shit. No cops. I'll just sit back and drink on the flight. Pilot can fly me. Can you make shoes? Yeah. Of course I can make a pair of shoes. Number one, I did pretty good in home economics in school, in high school. Working on a sewing machine and all that sort of shit. I also worked as an upholsterer. That was what I did my trade in. Upholstery. So, yeah, I can combine those skills and make shoes. Well, I don't fucking need to, because they can be made cheaply as it is. Okay, so they cost you a fucking arm and a leg to buy them. By the time you buy them, you ain't got legs to fucking put them in. But still, I just buy shoes. Buy a t-shirt. Someone's already making it. I don't have to. So, I've got all these skills. Those that can't teach, right? You ever tried writing up a teacher's plan to give the students? Plan out a whole year worth of fucking schoolwork and to make it entertaining enough to keep them engaged? That's a fucking nightmare. I guess that's why they use the standard model all the time. And keep doing the standard thing the same way and go, oh, well, hope the kids get through. Sorry, I'm just rambling here. I'm just a tow truck driver just driving in Los Santos here. Repoing a car. They didn't pay for it, I'm assuming. I'll read that in a minute. That looks chunky and interesting from Googs there. Oh. I'm in home ec in middle school. All the boys would who picked home ec thinking they would be in a club. Yeah, I had the same sort of thing, man. I was with, there was only one other boy in our home ec class. The rest were girls. And me and my mate, we used to fuck around, right? But we still got our work done. And we never needed the girls' help or anything like that. And honestly, the girls were asking for more help from the teachers than than me and my mate. We had cooking and sewing and fucking all that sort of stuff as well. And we didn't need as much help as the girls did. But we got to see that firsthand because it was a mixed class. I mean, if you're only in an all boys, I suppose you wouldn't have that information on how the girls were doing. But no, they all did all right. Everybody did good. Just the girls needed a little bit more help because they were a bit more chatty and fucking shit like that. We were chatty too, but we were able to get our work done while being chatty. I think the girls were actually taking it seriously. I was thinking, these girls are doing what their mums do at home, just sit around and chat. That's not home economics. That's just being a mum. That is also true. When I'm not drinking, I could be sober, but too sick to be able to drive. Having tooth pain or migraine, that can make me pass out. I also won't drive. Yeah, see, I don't drive because of my seizures. We had a week where the girls' class was teamed up with us so we could work together. We also... and also, we had competitions against the girls' class. Okay, cool. So I had to close one eye because my eyesight's fucked at the moment. Got to kind of close one eye to be able to read the chat. I might get an eye patch. I might have to get myself an eye patch for when I'm fucking reading chat. My right eye is fucked, I think is the medical term for it. It's an eyeball that functions in shadows and shapes and stuff like that. And it makes seeing very, very difficult. I have to close it to be able to see a little bit better, or else I get this blurred double vision type thing. It's fucking weird. And my depth perception is fucked as well. Because my other eye that I can kind of see out of is almost fucked to where it's going. I'm struggling to be able to make out words and shit like that with it. So I'm going to end up looking like the Monopoly man with a monocle. Or didn't he have a monocle? I don't know anymore. That's supposed to be a big question. Did he have a monocle or not? I don't think he did. I was cooking. Around everyone. Circles around everyone. I always knew how to cook. Yeah, that was one of those things that I could do as well. I could cook. I did cooking as well. I did a salad and piece of beef.
Hello, madam. How can I help you today? Just call right back if you need anything.
I only had to do that once, so never got asked to do it again. We only got 1 hour every 1 day a week at the home ec class, home economics class to do our stuff. So there was a lot of sewing and fucking patchwork and fucking understanding recipes and bitternesses and sours and shit like that. To be honest, it was probably a piss poor, there's probably way better home economic classes out than I had. I don't know what anybody else experienced. Yours sounds like it might have been fun. You guys go to school for like 10 months of the year or some shit, yeah? No wonder you guys are mad at schools, man. We don't do that long at school. Kids are on holidays right now for 2 weeks, and then they'll go back to school, and then around December 20th or something like that, they'll go on holidays until around the 4th of February the next year, and then they'll go back to school. Give or take around those dates, depending on what's weekends and what's weekdays. But yeah, and then every couple of weeks, every like 8 weeks or something, they have 2 weeks off.
Sure.
I don't know if it's everywhere in America that has like 10 months of school or what particular period of year it is, because I don't know. See, we have primary school, which is from ages 5 to 12 or whatever, or 11. Or in Western Australia, it's from 6 to 12. As when I was going, it was from the age of 6 to 12 years old. And then you had high school, which was from the age of 13 until 18, but you could leave at 16. And at 16 would be your year 10. Year 12 is 18 years old. And that formula of vacation time is the same throughout primary school, high school, and, well, just primary school and high school. Week off for Christmas and that, and a week off for spring break, then 3 months for summer. Oh, okay, so 3 months is like 12 weeks. Oh, yeah, so you're getting around the same time. Okay, so you just have like long stretches where there's school. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I get it. I get it. So you get your 12 weeks off in one chunk, and then you got school, and then you only get those 2 weeks off for spring break and New Year/Xmas. So that's 14 weeks off, but most of that is at school without the breaks in between. See, we have the same around the same amount of time off as you guys, but we space it out differently, so it's not so the student's not as stressed. You guys have a bigger chunk where you are all going to school regardless. It's like, no, today's school. Man, that's insane. Those little differences, though. I don't know how that means. I don't know what that means on us as like nations, where it puts us on anything nationally, if it affects anything differently. You know, they have like every nation has a list of where they are on education and healthcare and all that sort of stuff. I wouldn't know. I think Sweden is doing better than all of us when it comes to that. And they have, I think they spend less time at school. Don't quote me on that. Okay, what have we got here? Oh, 800,000 already. Let's put that away. Yeah, look at that.
Hey, it was your damn record.
Probably. I haven't looked into it. But I don't know. I don't know. I think it really depends. Like, it's too hard. I think it's too hard of a thing to actually look at and actually claim any type of thingy about it. When people look at the education system on any country, I think it's yeah, they're just, there's not, I think the information is too easily, can be obscured, you know, because they're standardized testings and shit like that, and I don't know whether they just, you know, force feed the kids the fucking test and shit like that. It doesn't mean they're necessarily smarter. You know what I mean? Just because people can pass a test doesn't mean they're smart. That's what I'm saying. Me, for example, I could pass some tests too, but I'm not intelligent. No way. I'm a fucking dumb, ignorant piece of carbon. That's it. That's all I am. I'm unimportant. So I know the people that can pass tests that aren't smart exist, because I'm one of them. It's one of those things, isn't it? It's like, yeah, just because people can pass a test doesn't mean shit. So you can have a country that's got all these, you know, of high grades in their education system. It's like, yeah, it doesn't mean that country's intelligent though. just because they pass a lot of tests and shit doesn't mean shit. I know people that could pass a driving test, but they still shouldn't drive. Because you know what I mean? You learn by subliminal learning. I didn't ace everything, but I did okay. Oh, they changed this guy.
So, you want to go after the car-stealing street racer with multiple hit and runs, huh? Well, I hope you took your advanced driving course, because this guy can outdrive everyone in Los Santos. Better move fast if you want to catch him.
Yes, but no.
Hey, did you see the articles about this one? This bitch is wanted for fraud, embezzlement, a bunch of crazy shit. She bragged about driving a Pagasi through her business rival's window and taking a
Osmosis, well,
not the part where she hit a receptionist. Nice PR move there.
I don't know if that's truly osmosis, but subliminal learning is you could be asleep and someone's putting the images or messages through your mind while you're asleep. So you don't have to necessarily be asleep. I say asleep with air quotes. You could just be in a trance or fixated on something else and not really focusing, and people could give you subliminal messages by saying things. So, for example, you could retain information while focusing on a bug flying on a window, just staring at it and focusing and not worrying about anything else in the room. And your teacher could be talking to you about quantum physics, and it'll stick in your head and you won't know why. But it's because it was subliminally put there. You know, isn't it through osmosis a different way? You're trying to. I reckon it'd be more likely that's how you learn, which is not necessarily a bad way of learning. You know, it's fine. I learn like that as well. That's why I'll have like 3 or 4 screens going at once. I'll be taking in all the information at once, absorbing it. Discarding information automatically that I don't need, like a robot. But I'm not an efficient robot. It's a weird thing. My brain kind of acts like a robot in some ways. In some ways, not in every way, but in some ways it does. And it's weird because no one likes being called a robot, because the implication is you just follow rules, right? And it's like, no, I don't. So, you know, my teachers were, it's a joke. No, I get it. I'm just saying in general, you probably, some people would probably learn that way, you know, the idea of learning through just focusing on something, being in deep thought in something else and hearing someone else say it. My teachers were so angry at me all the time. I didn't study and I skipped class all the time, but I would get 98s or higher on all their tests. Some of them thought I was cheating. I mean, Ayan,
What?
are you going back in the bedroom?
Yeah.
I was going to say, can you take that back in for me? I mean, you can understand why, though. I mean, as a rational thinking person, you can understand why someone might wonder, is this kid cheating? I never see him study. He's not studying and he's still getting he's getting 98% on his test. You know, even if it sounds insulting that they would think that, you'd have to understand that a rational thinking human being would go, yeah, of course they thought you were cheating. You did fuck all to actually do anything with the test, and yet you still fucking passed it. Of course we think you're cheating. You should take that as a compliment. I'm sure you do take it as a compliment. I was so good in school, they thought I was cheating. I was never smart enough in school on paper to have the teachers ever think I was cheating. I was smart on school, don't get me wrong. I was smart in school, but just I flew under the radar mostly. I really should get some armor.
Okay, you know one of these rich people with the best security in town, and there's a good chance you're gonna meet him, so be careful. As for her, she's infamously stubborn. She'll be in her panic room, throwing a fit. If you want her attention, I suggest you cause chaos enough that she'll do anything to make it stop.
What in the world do you think you're doing here? You can't be here. It's restricted. Get the hell out of here. You can't be around here. Get out. This is private property. Oh, I've seen some nice ones. You would take the ride. You're not authorized to be here. Now leave. Loser. Don't move. Or I shoot you. Is there a problem? You want something? Reload.
Alright, let's do this the hard way.
You look like such a dick. Want to start something with me? You fucking idiot. Who's the man? Take cover now. Fuck off. You fucking penis. Go to hell. You got something to say to me? Screw you. Yo, we got a problem here?
I failed every year in grade school and middle school for not doing the daily work. Everyone was sending. Yeah, I got pushed through when I probably should have been kept back at some points, to be honest. I wasn't strong in reading and spelling. I was really bad at it, eh? That I could have done a lot more help with. I'm way better at reading and spelling now. It's taken a lot of work though to get there. And it was just something that like the schools went, nah, he'll pick it up. Come here, you prick. Running off. Get out.
She's got everything she needs in that fortress. You tried cutting the power?
Yeah.
Works without Wi-Fi in between those reinforced steel walls.
See, school is one of those things. I don't know if we necessarily 100% need schools, but we do 100% need education. And if we're going to be doing education in a school, then it should be done correctly. And I'm not pointing any fingers, but there are some places and some schools that don't focus on education. They focus more on the testing side of it. I can only speak for myself and having to do with my kids' education and stuff like that as well. Everybody else's experience is different.
You got her? Then bring her in. You are dead. I'm gonna kill you.
Lady in the back, this is gonna hurt. I told you this is gonna hurt. Oops.
Oh, I'm gonna fuck you up.
Oh, shut up, lady. You couldn't fuck a dick.
Jackass.
No worries, Geeks. Take it easy, man.
Motherfucker. Take it down. Hey, I heard you made a real mess of the place. Wish I could have seen it.
That's what happens.
See you later.
What the fuck is your problem? Moron! Dickhead. Give me a break.
He hit me, so. Oh, I should be able to spin now. 17,000.
Get ready for an incredible experience like none other. The best slots and table games are at the Diamond Casino and Resort.
Okay. The next bit of money I get should be the... Unless I land on money here. I mean, there's a chance. Ooh. Almost landed on 30,000 cash. You know, I'll take the 15. Because with this one, that makes 16. We got $16,000 there we can play with.
Ma'am, welcome. And now your bets.
Oh, 5,000. 15. There we go.
Okay, bets are closed. Let's begin. And that's blackjack. That's blackjack.
Oh, you asshole.
Time to send in your bets. All bets are closed. It's time to play.
Fuck.
That's a 9. That's a 3. Another card?
Yeah, of course.
14. Would you like another card? Too high.
Oh, you slag.
A 12. Win for the dealer. Your bets, please. Don't let this get you down.
Oh, I'm not. There we go. Just got $78,000 because she just got processed. Bridget Foster has been processed. Payment of $78,000. Sweet. I did a spin 4 minutes ago.
Party and play until you win at the Diamond Casino and Resort.
3 minutes, 20 seconds. Probably 4 minutes now. Salvage yard just got 31,000 for that last car I picked up. Oh, almost seven mil. Almost, like we've made 900,000. 929,000 we've made so far today. I say I made it. You guys did fuck all. I'm fucking with you. But yeah, I made almost $1 million, 900,000. That's not bad.
Hello, ma'am. Welcome. All right. Bed's in now.
Yeah, beds are in. I put my coin chips in front of me, so I know I'm not spending anymore. I can't anyway. If it lands on 17 black, I'm gonna kick myself.
Betting is closed. Good luck. There's black 31.
Oh yeah.
Would you like to go again?
No, thank you.
See you later. Bets, please.
I lost my 15,000, but I had 66,000. I just made a little bit more than that. So now, $34,000 on top. 35. 34. I don't know. Math's not my strong suit right this second. It's 35. Brain work better. I need a coffee, that's what I need. I really don't think I can get any money here. I think I've already done it.
Mr. Connors here. May I help you, madam?
Yeah. Another 81,000 for the is in my salvage yard safe. Oh, let's go collect that. Ignoring it. I know it's $25,000, but Oh, you haven't finished that car yet. That was only the first car. Got it. That's that plane that was going wah, wah, wah. Hey mate, when you finish on the phone there, can you shut the safe for me? Cheers. I could probably go get another car right now. Because there's a space there. G'day, Mr. Guys. How you going? Mr. Tits. How you going? I'm feeling a lot better today, actually. I feel like I got a little bit more energy. That's not saying much, though. From what energy I had before. To what I have now. But it's enough. I have enough energy to do a couple hour stream, that's for sure. How you doing? Hope you're doing all good? You all good? You and your man good? Doggy's doing good? I'll work better. It's her age. That makes it slow to recover. Yeah, all good. Dogs are great. And the old man's still a cunt. Yeah, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Old man's still a cunt. What are you going to do? You know? Could be worse. At least it's a loyal cunt, only being a cunt to you. It's got to count for something. Yeah. Always a good girl. Butter wouldn't melt in your mouth. Yeah, right. Not very many people believe in that shit. Yeah, so you knew what you were getting into, so there's no sympathy for you. No one cares. Because you knew what you were getting into. You met him as a cunt, you were like, oh, he's a cunt. And you went, oh, I'm going to stick with him anyway, so that's all you, you know. No sympathy from anyone here. That's a you problem. I reckon your husband should just continue being a cunt. He should double down and not only be a cunt, but be an arsehole every now and then too. You know, just to spice it up a bit. I reckon you've earned that in the relationship. Sorry. Lady, I said I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Looked like I just fingered his arsehole to get a key.
Yeah, buddy. You'll never guess who I just showed around a house in the hill.
I like how they drop their phone and they never pick it up again. Yep, $7,007. You'll always pick it up off those guys. The dot was there, so I figured I'd just grab it quickly. That's 7,000. I just got paid for the fucking salvage yard car. And change outfits. Bail bonds. I know Criminal's doing all right. Topeka's doing okay. She's a bit sick for the moment, but she's doing okay. I don't know about Major. I haven't seen him much. He went live the other day, but I went into hospital the same day he went live. It was such a shock, it put me in hospital. Yeah, that wasn't fun. But anyway, I digress. Oh, I'm okay now. Yeah, I'm on some medication and shit like that. My lungs were fucking saying, you know, they weren't liking the infection that I had. And the coughing and all that sort of stuff. And the throat wasn't liking it all. But I'm feeling much better now. Thank you. So I got antibiotics and steroids for my lungs and some inhalers as well when I'm feeling short of breath or anything like that. And yeah, doctors told me I got to quit smoking, but he's not worried about that right this second. Somebody wants me to focus on doing. He's not going to push me on it. He wants me to do it because it'll be better for me. But because of the other medication I'm on causes some other stresses and shit like that, he's understandable that he understands the fact that right now might not be the best time to try and quit smoking because it would add stress that I don't need right now while I'm on this medication, this new medication I'm on for my seizures. So I have to do everything in sort of an order. Yeah, I'm on the mend. I'll be right. I'm not going yet. Here's something you can guarantee. I'm not going yet. You guys are not going to be the last people I speak to when I go. I mean, I like yous, but nah, yous ain't going to be the last people I speak to before I die. Like that. Yeah, doctors. My doctor told me that because of some incidents I had when I was changing medications and I had to slow down I had to wind myself off a medication so I could go on a new one. And the winding down process caused some side effects that I wasn't happy with. And he wasn't happy with them either. And he suggests that because we're still trialing medications and I might have to wind down off medications again, he's going to do it slower this time to try not to trigger any side effects, but also thinks that the smoking thing was sort of helping me keep like on top of the stress sort of thing of that. So he doesn't want to take that thing that was helping me manage the stress away from me while I'm getting this other medication dialed in just right. If that makes any sense. Wanker. So my body and brain is all kind of fucked up at the moment, but on the mend. Yeah, so the doctor's taken into consideration as while smoking is a negative thing, he's confident, he's more concerned about the medication for the seizure right at this moment, and the smoking is something we don't need to worry about adding that stress while we're doing this other thing. He's like, well, you know, we can. It's like when they go, we can fix that problem later on down the track. That's what he's like going with. We can fix one problem at a time. This is the one we're going to go with now. We're going to worry about that one later. We'll address that one later, sort of attitude, which I'm okay with. Works for me. When people, we were discussing this the other day in chat, when people do finally decide to quit, it's one of those, for it to actually stick, I have no advice because it's never stuck with me quitting. But I have this idea that when the moment comes and I quit smoking cigarettes, and I've made that choice that I'm definitely quitting this time round, then I'll know it. But I've never felt it, even when I've said I'm going to quit. I've always in the back of my mind gone, well, if this doesn't work, you can always go back to smoking. I know that's stupid. I know how stupid that sounds. And I shouldn't laugh at it because, you know, health-wise, by smoking, my health has gone downhill. It's not at its peak, and it will never be at its peak ever again. So it's one of those stupid things you do, isn't it? You kind of know about it being dangerous, but you do it anyway. I might not have picked up my mum's drinking and drug abuse, but I picked up the cigarette habit, that's for sure. But I don't blame my mum for that one because I knew it was bad. Oh, it's true because you've been told the same thing. Yep. There's a time and a place for everything. And sometimes while quitting is in the options of it's best for your health if you do quit, there are doctors that'll push it, and then there are doctors that'll take other things into consideration first and go, no, hang on, let's sort these things out, because quitting has a failing option. That's a tougher one to get someone to do as opposed to just sorting this problem out first. Got to pick your battles, doctors. They've got to pick their battles. A good doctor will worry about the main threat of illness to the person. While smoking is bad, that's something that can be dealt with without a doctor quitting. Well, that's like me. I'm smoking not to glorify, not trying to glorify it at all or anything like that. But smoking has that ability to sort of calm me down and just keeps me sort of occupied while I'm not doing anything, you know, and stops me stressing a little bit. I know to some people, they are considered weak, poor, weak excuses. I know that. And I understand there are other people out there in the world that do not need that. They have other ways to be able to, you know, take their mind off things other than smoking a disgusting, dirty, smelly cigarette. I get it. They're better than me in that aspect. Good on them. But we're not all the same. You know, we're human beings. We're all different. And while some of us have the same traits of smoking or whatever, some of us have different ones. And, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the overall thing of when you quit smoking, everybody tells you, you know, all these people will tell you, as soon as you quit smoking, you know, your life will get better, your lungs will get better, you might even be able to last longer in the bed, your curtains will smell better, your clothes will smell better, your hair will smell better, more money in your pocket, and all that sort of thing. And it's like, yeah, I know this. This is not wasted information on us. Smokers, we know this. But it's one of those demons that's just really hard to kick. And when you find other people out there, they got that, I don't need smoking, I use this method or whatever, and you tell them to give up that method, they're like, no, because that's what makes me sane. It's like, exactly. I pay a little bit of money every week to buy some cigarettes to smoke, and it keeps me fucking sane. I can put up with everything else then. Well, I go jogging, you know, I drive to the beach and then go jogging up and down the beach. Well, good for you. I don't have the ability to drive because I have seizures. You fucking asshole. You know, good for you, you can drive. I go to the gym. Oh, good for you to pay for someone's fucking building to have all this sweaty asses sitting on fucking equipment you're going to put your sweaty ass on. You know, good for you. Good for you. You could be spending that money on something different. You could be not getting fucking bum pimples from fucking sweat from other people. You could buy the fucking equipment. You could save your money, buy the equipment, put it in your own home. Or, you know, you could not spend the money on a gym and just walk. I go to use their treadmills. Yeah, but just walk. Why would I do that? You drive to the gym so you can use a treadmill. Just fucking walk. Walk. It's free. Good chance. There's a sad fact here. A good chance one of them's not going to listen, if not more. Yep. Out of my 3 kids, I got one who smokes, one who vapes, and one is just weed. But the one that smokes cigarettes and the one that vapes, they don't do weed or anything like that. The one that does weed doesn't smoke cigarettes. But he does have a little bit of tobacco every now and then. He'll put it in his weed. So, you know, he smokes it that way. But for the most part, he doesn't sit there and smoke cigarettes at all. So, yeah, they don't. I got 2 that do, and 1 doesn't. But one that vapes, I think she's trying to quit smoking, and she vapes instead of smoke, because she used to. I think she also wants to have a kid. We were talking about it beforehand, you know, like alcohol and stuff like that. Anything we ingest can be considered toxic to our body if our body decides it so, you know. George Burns smoked those fucking cigars until how old was the prick? I reckon, I'm still convinced to this day, George Burns had a fucking cigar in his mouth every second. Like when he come out of his mum, there was a cigar. And I reckon if you took that cigar off him, that's what killed him. Someone took his cigar off him and he died from not having a cigar in his mouth. All right? Then there'll be people out there that'll have one puff and then all of a sudden they're like, I've got lung cancer, I'm dying. You know, it's like, damn, the body's weird. Some people can handle shit and some people can't. But you never know. You never know what your body can handle until it says, I can't handle it. Peanut allergy, you eat peanuts, you find out your body can't handle it. Until that day you eat peanuts, you have no idea you have a peanut allergy. Well, I buy myself clothes depending on my need for clothes. I don't buy clothes because I don't need them. I don't have a need. I buy things for a need. Like, I buy weed, yep. Do I need it? No. But that's my luxury. You know, do I buy clothes when I need them? I don't go and rush to buy clothing just because other people have bought it or anything like that. I buy what I need. Do I have a suit? No. Am I going to buy a suit? Yes. When? Soon, because my daughter's getting married. Why didn't I buy a suit beforehand? Because none of my kids got married. I didn't need one. What about when you got married to your own wife? We had a Halloween-themed party, Halloween-themed wedding. There was fake blood and shit. There was no need for a suit. You know, I didn't need a suit. Never needed a suit. What about jobs? Never needed a suit. Didn't need a suit. You know, I buy what I need when I need it. You know, some people might see me. I might have the same fucking like tracksuit pants, and people might say, "Haven't you had them for years?" Yep. Why are you going to buy some new ones when these ones don't fit? Or these ones are ruined? Yeah, they're fucking fine. There's no holes in them. They're fine. They function as pants like the designer created them for. What more do you want? You know? Why, is there a rip in the ass? No. Well, then what do I need a new pair for? They're still functioning like I bought them to do. That's, you know. Oh no, I totally get that. I totally get that. That's what I'm saying. I see things out there too, and like I'll see someone wearing a really cool jacket, and I'll think that's a really cool jacket, and then I'll have a look at it, and I'll see the price, and I'll be like, no, I don't need one. I got one at home still. You know, I did the same thing. I was going, yeah, fuck that. I'm not buying any clothes. I'm not fucking buying anything that fucking. I can see something that looks good, and I'm just like, yeah, no, I don't need it. No, I don't need it. There's so much things out there I see that are way better than the things I'm wearing already. You know, so many things, and I just go, yeah, no, I'd rather buy this at the moment or that. You know, stuff that means nothing. I've got shelves and boxes full of ornaments to go on shelves that I need to put up because I just see something and I go, yeah, I'm going to buy that. What's that going to do in your life? Nothing. I just wanted it. But I don't do it with clothing or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know how much the difference is between money ratio in Australia and all that sort of shit, but yeah, we're about the same sort of thing. Bit less so, but it probably works out to about the same cost when you factor in everything else. Money transition out, we're about in the same hole. But we do ours a fortnight. Yeah, yeah. I was saying that to the Topeka the other day. I put a shirt on. I was like, I had this shirt for like 7 years now. Yeah. I mean, I'm in a position. Me and Topeka are in a position where our housing is fine. We have our own home. We've got, you know,
Grandson's will be here soon.
yep. We've got our own home. We've got everything we need in the home. So we don't need anything. Our kids are all old enough and moved out, except for one, who's old enough but still lives at home. We don't have any need for anything, so we've got everything. So we get to indulge a little bit, so to speak. I don't need clothes. Yeah, I still got stuff from when I was fucking teen. The power bank is for when I go caravanning. Oh, yeah. Nobody picture Misty Tits caravanning with no clothes. Running lights at night time so she can dance like a fairy in the fucking fairy lights on a camper van nude. Swinging her Misty Tits around. No one picture that. Everyone's picturing that. Honey,
I heard.
I'm picturing it. Yeah, I mean, that's what Topeka's doing at the moment. She's in the process of painting the lounge room and that. She stopped for a while there because she was a bit sick, and I refused to help her. Well, it's not that I refused to help her. She doesn't want me helping her. I'm in the way, she reckons. So, Topeka, give him a slap. Why?
On the bum bum?
No, you're not slapping me on the bum bum. I'll slap you on the bum bum.
I'll slap you on the bum bum.
I'll slap you on the bum bum.
You can slap me, but I'm allowed to slap you on the bum bum too.
All right, fine. I didn't know that was the
Well,
agreement.
we're
When
not
we,
having no freak off party, so it's all good.
I didn't know we were fucking. That was in the contract when we got married. On Googs' birthday. We only got married on Googs' birthday because we didn't know who he was, but we figured we're going to meet a person whose birthday's on that,
Piss him off.
and we want to piss him off. So that's why. Anyway, big shout out to everyone that came in. Jacob, Misty, Googs, Shiny, Silence, Metal Storm, shout out to you, buddy. Trying to get to the top of the chat there. Jason Gamer, shout out to you, mate. Can't read the top of the chat there. Big shout out to everyone that came in. Shout out to the wonderful and lovely Topeka. I'm going to jump off because the grandkids will be here soon. They're going to be noisy as fuck. So I'll catch you all later on. I'm out my dot and dust. See ya.